Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and get started on this Tuesday, October 28th. Madam
Yes,
Clerk,
Superman.
we have a few different people on today. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Here.
And for the record, Mayor Martinez will be absent for the entire meeting.
Thank you. And then I believe
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Under City Council, item C1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Aggress versus City of Richmond et al. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Liability claims, that's item C3, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC, agency against the City of Richmond. Item C4 is conference with real property negotiators. The property is located at 1414 Harbor Way South. Agency negotiator, David Alshire, City Attorney, and Emily Combs, Finance Director. Negotiating parties, Orton Entertainment LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Under Surplus Property Authority, item C5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Surplus Property Authority of the City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. And now we'll move to public comment. We have several speakers under open forum. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. So call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Okay. Cordell Hindler, Michelle Mylan, Tierra Gonzalez, Jose Alguier, Rosanna Ryland, Jose Abastida, Stacy Walker, Sean Stahlbaum, and Sheila Williams.
Okay, now I'm ready. So, good afternoon, Vice Mayor Zepeda, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I am a very angry Richmond resident. And I'll tell you why, because you see what I have here behind me? The unions. Because they have done a lot for Richmond. And when you go into that room behind this dais, think about all the hard work they have done. They need extra pay because they got families to support and they got bills to pay. Think about it though. If you was in their shoes, you'll see how it feels. You'll see. I can promise you, without a shadow of a doubt, that these unions are going to get a raise regardless, hands down. That's one. Then number two is, let me repeat it again for Riggers. After what I just saw, Riggers has done a lot for Richmond. And what do? You just toss them out of there like nothing. And I feel that is very unfair because I have attended a lot of events that Riggers had hosted, and it's like it was a jewel to the city. But now the community is up in arms. When we found out about this, I just felt so angry. I used to go there just to hear the music and all of that. Now you can't even go over there because it's like, can't even get a good glass of wine. So think about all the hard work this town is, I'm being for real. This Riggers has done a lot for Richmond. And what have you done? Toss them out. So I'll leave you with this quote from Shakespeare. There's something rotten in the state of Denmark, or in this case, California. So Michelle, I'm giving it to you.
Michelle Mylan.
Thank you, Cordell. Michelle Milam, and I'm with Local 21. And first of all, I want to thank the council for your leadership in helping us to move forward in this contractual process. As we know, we've been out of contract for some time, and it is an extremely difficult thing to be without a contract. Your leadership has helped push this forward, and we are very close. There is, however, one remaining issue of importance, and I just want to make that clear. Some of you guys may have woken up to the news today that Amazon plans to lay off approximately about 30,000 people due to the advancement of AI. Artificial intelligence is going to be the wave of the future. My generation grew up and we saw the rise of the internet. We saw social media and how it completely transformed all our lives and systems. And I think it's really important that in this contract going forward, which is one of our key issues that we still have with the city, that we support the modified version 3 of Local 21's proposal, because we want the city to take a strong stance saying we support our people, that yes, AI is a great tool. I love it. Matter of fact, I think that it could be used for a lot of things, but we want transparency in that process, and we want employees to be a part of helping the city to design that process going forward. Because as many great things we have with artificial intelligence, there's the potential to go wrong, and we want to make sure that we have safeguards in place. So we're just asking for accountability, and these are things that the city has already done. When we launched IMS, when we launched Munis, we had participation from our employees in helping to develop these systems, and I hope that that will go forward. And a final thing, I really appreciate in the process that we're talking about retroactivity, especially in terms of the COLAs. I think that that should also extend to any longevity pay, and I think that we really need to set a strong example that Richmond supports its workers because we support the community that we all serve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tiara, and she'll be followed by Josh. I can't read your last name, Josh. Tiara?
Good afternoon. Thank you, City Council, for hearing us today. While we are appreciative of the progress that has been made within the bargaining unit, the negotiations being at an impasse over an open-ended disciplinary causes are extremely worrying. The city prides itself on the advancement of social justice, equity, inclusion, and fairness, but what the city is proposing is equivalent to the tyrannical monarch-style governing that many here in Richmond are very against. If we claim we want no kings in the White House, we don't want them here in Richmond either. So please close this contract fairly. Do not allow Richmond to be a mirror of what it claims to be against going on in the White House. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josh.
Hello, Council, Vice Mayor, Josh Anjar. Sorry about the scribble on there, I apologize. Still need to learn how to write, I guess. I'm with the Contra Costa Central Labor Council, so we're a federation of over 90 unions in Contra Costa County. Here on multiple issues. We stand in solidarity both with SEIU 10-1 and IFPT 21. When I heard the proposal that's still being discussed, whether that you want to get rid of the 6-month time where management can actually deal with an issue of a worker and get rid of that completely so that it can go 5 years from now, a boss that doesn't like a worker can pull something from 5 years ago and hold them accountable for something like that. That's ridiculous. This part of the contract's been in there since 1995. I think it should still remain, and we hope that with your leadership that you could bargain fairly with the workers to make sure that that provision stays in. Because no worker wants something over their head for 2 years or 3 years and worried that discipline hasn't been addressed yet. If something needs to be done, it should be done in that 6 months. Or I know they're still negotiating with you all to a year. Another thing, like the sister eloquently said, probably better than me, AI is something that we're seeing in workplaces across Contra Costa County. It is deeply disturbing to see how many workers are being displaced by an algorithm. And I want to make sure that your city shows leadership in making sure that workers have a say in protecting their livelihoods, protecting the city from AI that could one day, the chat bot thing could go crazy and say some other stuff. We should be doing this with guardrails in place, with ethics, and to make sure that no worker is displaced. Like she said before, look at Amazon, what they just done. We've seen this countless, and we're going to see this continually, and I hope that Richmond wouldn't fall in line with such companies that toss workers aside so they can have more profits, and for you all, so you could displace workers. And we hope that you all will stand with IFPT 21 in their contract about that as well. Thank you so much for your time. It's great to see you all.
Roseanne.
Jose
Go ahead,
Abastida.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jose.
Hi, Council. My name is Jose Abastida with SCIU 1021. I just wanted to give you guys a little synopsis of what's going on. So we reached an agreement in principle with 16 out of 17 proposals, including fair wages at 555. We have also seen improvements in professional development, in the grievance procedure timelines. Also with longevity, we saw movement at the table between back and forth. Right now, there's a verbal 1%, 2, and 2. And then the last thing that's holding it over us is this whole discipline thing. This has been here since 1995. This provision, that prevents from anyone being disciplined after 6 months, I think it's fair. We negotiated it to expand it to 12 months. 12 months is a long time. If someone is not doing their job in 12 months, then that's not something that they should be doing. Am I right, everyone? So what we are here to tell you is close the damn contract. We are ready. We have, the paper, the ball's in your court. We counted already. So let's go ahead and close this damn thing, and let's do this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roseanne
No,
Wyden.
can I step in for a moment? I just want to, for the record, state that the last speaker was discussing confidential labor negotiations, and so I would advise against that in the future in terms of openly talking about specific terms.
Roseanne, followed by Stacy Walker.
It's so lovely to be here. Thank you so much for everyone giving us the opportunity to speak to you all. It's been a growing experience for me to be on the team. We have a wonderful team, educated, thoughtful, wonderful people. Sitting across from us, it's been a little hard. Maybe people not showing up with the facts and the figures that we've asked for, but we've seemed to work it out. And we're very, very hopeful that we can get this done with all your help. I think most of us here have so many years of service that should be appreciated by all of you. You understand some of us have been here for 30 and more years. Stand up there, Stacy. And I think it behooves you to give them what they deserve. And I think you all know that they deserve a certain amount of money in their purses to go along with the amount of service they've given this community. I also know we're very close to being finished with this that one last sticking point. I think it's something that I think we can all work out. The team has been very reasonable and tried very hard to be open and negotiate, and it seems as though we haven't had that in response. And I know it's there. I know you can direct them to be there and be there at the table with respect and honesty, and I really hope that we get this done. And I hope, 9 seconds left, it's retro. That's right. Power.
Our next speaker is Stacy Walker, followed by Sean Staubach.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Stacy Walker. I have been with the city for 36 3/4 years. I'm looking at retiring in the next couple of years. I would ask that we wrap up this contract negotiation. It's been a long and arduous process for our negotiators. I would urge the council to continue giving the fair directives that you have to the city in their negotiations. I'd like to see this contract settled so that we can all move on. We don't need anything hanging over our heads. And we're really just asking for fairness, and we're not asking for something that other unions don't already have. Thank you.
Sean Staubach.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm very proud to be here today on behalf of members of IFPTE Local 21 in the City of Richmond, and also to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters from SEIU Local 1021. First, we want to thank each of you for your leadership and for supporting the city's general employees and their mid-management employees, who for many years in the 20-teens were left behind in the negotiations process under prior administrations. After 8 long months of bargaining and the expiration of our current contract, we're extremely close to achieving an overall agreement with the city's negotiators for a new contract. But one critical issue remains at our table, and we need your help with it. We need fair and reasonable guardrails put into place against the city's use of artificial intelligence. As you may have seen, Amazon just announced today it's laying off 14,000 workers immediately, with plans to lay off an additional 16,000 soon. They say they're becoming leaner thanks to the use of AI. The proliferation of AI tools and tech is in the news daily, and our society is not ready for the impact it's going to have and the damage it can cause to jobs and workers' families. Please don't allow the city of Richmond and our important public services to be co-opted by AI. Corporate mantras and standard operating procedures where profit's the motive have no place in the public sector where we help citizens who are in need for a living. To be clear, we're not opposed to innovation or even to the city using AI tools and tech, but we've advocated over and over for fair, reasonable protections against AI. We urge you to support Local 21's modified proposal that we issued to the city yesterday. Let's wrap up these negotiations and move forward together. Thank you very much.
Our last in-person speaker is Sheila Williams. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Sheila.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council. I am Sheila, and I work in finance and payroll. And I just want to thank the City Council for making sure that the City of Richmond is vibrant, that it stays alive. I appreciate all the festives, all the things that even recreation or community service put together to make sure that Richmond still is home. I'm here today because I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever been in line to purchase an item and you're next and they close the register? Isn't that frustrating? You've been waiting probably 10, 15 minutes and they close the register. And now you got to wait for whatever to take place before the register opens again. Well, the register was closed on us June 30th, 2025. And we've been waiting patiently for that register to come open again. And we're asking that, I don't want to say that you give a directive, but that you work with the city leadership, I'm going to say it like that, to help 1021 get the contract that we're requesting. I can't go into detail. Most of us know what it's all about, but it's fair for us and it's fair for the city as well. Amen. As we keep vibrant as city employees, amen, making the city a more vibrant place to live. I ask again that you consider your employees to make sure that not only are we safe, but we are well, and that we're able to take care of our families. Open the register. Thank you so much.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
And those speakers are Kevin and Fidencio Morales. Kevin, please unmute yourself and state your last name for the record. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Kevin Tisdale, President, SEIU. Sorry, I can't be there in person as I'm at training, but we come before you today, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your leadership to get this deal done. We met yesterday at the table with the city and have negotiated and agreed in principle on 16 of 17 proposals. Long story short, our bargaining team has been at the table, been active, bargaining for our members. We cannot allow the city to impose open-ended discipline on our members. Again, we've made progress at the table and provided a reasonable proposal and are looking to take a tentative agreement to our members for ratification. But we cannot do this without your help. Also, on the holiday closure, November is approaching, as well as holidays at the end of the year. We need you guys to opine on that. There's so many priorities that are going on at this time, but if I could have everybody in that crowd stand up, SEIU 21. So as they're standing and as they're here, looking at you and you looking at them, these are your priorities. This is the priority to get this done. You know, it's already been over 119 days, but we can be focusing and doing so many other things in the community. But at this time, at this point, this should be the only priority this council is worried about, to try to secure labor peace, to try to move these deals along and try to settle these MOUs. And with that, we thank you. And we look forward to coming to you again, celebrating with TA ratification. So with that, I rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fidencio Morales. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Fidencio Morales. I am the Vice President of the 1021. I'm sorry I could not be there in person, but I do want to say to the City Council and to the Vice Mayor and to all the people that are negotiating this. Last week, the City Council, and everybody in that room played around with the conclusion that a deal was about to be done with this contract. But here we are a week later, and we're still standing in the same position. We are close to this deal being closed. All I ask is that you ask your folks to what is the holdup? Why are we stuck in the mud? And hopefully you seek and solve this problem or solution and get this deal done. One other thing, let Richmond be the standard. Let's not seek the standard. And again, I ask your folks, what is the holdup and why are we stuck in the mud? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, thank you. If there's no other speakers, then we're going to go ahead and adjourn and go into closed session. Thank you, everyone, for your comments.
We ensure that they know
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for being out here. Your city council members are busy trying to finish up negotiations, which is why we're taking a little bit longer. We're taking a quick break, but unions in our negotiations are very important, so we want to make sure that we try to finish as much as possible so that we can have our unions working for us and getting paid appropriately. So we'll be back. Don't know when the open session will start, but hopefully soon, but we're almost there. We want to just give you that quick update for anyone that's watching online. We didn't leave. We're coming back soon. Thank you. Perfect. All right, welcome back to everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. We apologize for the delay, but as we mentioned earlier, it was very important for the council to be in closed session to finish as much as possible for the negotiating, because we want to make sure that we are hearing and acting in right faith for our bargaining units. So that's where we were. So we're starting a little late. We also have a light agenda, but I think we're going to be able to get through it. And I think that also gave opportunity for more people to show up. So hopefully everybody made it. So again, welcome. And if you don't recognize me, I'm in disguise. I'll tell you who I am later. So with that, we will start the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and for the record, Mayor Martinez will be absent from the entire meeting. Our next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
I have a statement of conflict of interest on item in the consent calendar 04A. It's preliminary engineering services agreement with Rail Pros Fields, Inc. for the Transformative Climate Communities Wellness Trail. That's a TCC grant item. And as many know by now, I was one of the people who helped to secure the TCC grant, a $30 million grant that came to the city along with a number of other organizations. As a result, I have a conflict of interest because my organization was one of the organizations that's involved in that grant. So I'm going to be also, my partner is also has an organization who's one of the organizations that helped to bring that grant to the city. So I'm recusing myself from that item and any discussion of that item. Yes.
Okay. Any more? Okay, thank you. Our next item is agenda review, and we have a request from Don Gosney to remove item O2A. That item is the resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025, is Senate Bill 684, Assembly Bill 1243. We also have a request from the sponsor of item P1 to withdraw that item from the agenda. And that item is presentation from Levitry for nature-based solutions for sea level rise. And those are all of them. That's it for me.
Colleagues, anything else for the agenda review? All right, seeing none, then next item.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. In closed session, the City Council approved the settlement of the case Agres versus City of Richmond. The settlement will become final upon execution by all parties, at which time the terms will be available upon request. No final action was taken on any other item.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please display the slide deck? Good evening, Vice Mayor Zepeda, City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'd like to remind everyone that this past weekend, Richmond came alive with Fall Fun. Families and residents enjoyed the Fall Festival at Nickel Park, complete with a petting zoo, hay rides, and a sneak peek at recreation programs for all ages. Also, Cops and Goblins open house took place at the Richmond Police Department. Want to thank all the city staff that were involved with these events. And in addition, the Richmond Plunge hosted an amazing floating pumpkin patch. The events showcased the city's vibrant community spirit and the joy of autumn in Richmond. These were really great events, and I really would like to thank all of the various city staff personnel that were involved in putting them together. It was an outstanding number of events that took place this past weekend. Next slide, please. Yesterday was the inaugural meeting of the Community Crisis Response Program Advisory Board. And the meeting officially was called to order, marking the beginning of this new community-driven effort. Following roll call and agenda review, staff provided introductory reports outlining the purpose and expectations of the advisory board. During the meeting, members received an overview of the Brown Act and Rosenberg Rules of Order to ensure transparency and effective governance. The board also reviewed its official bylaws and a detailed presentation of the Community Crisis Response Program, highlighting its mission, structure, service, and framework. Members then discussed and determined staggering term expirations to establish continuity and began internal discussions regarding the role of the chair and vice chair. The meeting concluded with general announcements, scheduling discussion, and identification of future meeting items to guide the board's next steps. Overall, this inaugural session set the foundation for collaborative leadership, accountability, and community partnership in shaping the city's community response efforts. I would like to thank in particular Deputy City Manager White, Sam Vaughn, Michael Romero, and Joan, all from the ROC team. They did an outstanding job pulling together the work that was needed to launch this effort collaboratively with many other staff, and just want to thank them for their leadership as we commence with deployment of this new program as directed and requested by the City Council. Frequently, I receive requests, next slide, pertaining to what is taking place in the city's Emergency Operations Center and what are we doing to train. So I'm going to make sure that the council is aware that we partnered with the Office of Emergency Services in October, and there was lots of training. So in the Emergency Operations Center is located at 450 Civic Center Plaza. That's here in the basement. The EOC, next door in the basement. It serves as the City of Richmond's central command hub during major emergencies or disasters. Its primary purpose is to coordinate citywide efforts that ensure a timely, coordinated, and effective response to protect lives, property, and community infrastructure. When the EOC is activated, designated city staff step into specific roles, often related to their day-to-day responsibilities to help manage communications, logistics, planning, operations, and finance during an emergency event. To ensure readiness, the Office of Emergency Services regularly conducts EOC training sessions and provides staff with hands-on experience and familiarity with the National Incident Management Systems and Incident Command Systems frameworks. These trainings are essential for helping employees understand their functions during an activation and maintain the confidence in real-world emergency response situations. The most recent round of EOC training spanned 2 weeks, with 5 sessions held over separate days, engaging 62 city staff members. By participating in these trainings, city staff are better prepared to respond quickly and efficiently in the event of an emergency, ultimately strengthening Richmond's overall resilience. Next slide. The City of Richmond is proud, next slide, to provide immigrant legal services and outreach programming, which includes free confidential immigration legal help, know your rights education for Richmond residents. Services are available through our partner organizations, which are noted here on the slide, the Multicultural Institute, East Bay Sanctuary Covenant, and Catholic Charities of the East Bay. If you have any questions about these programs or need assistance, please call 510-620-6606, and city staff will make sure you get connected to the appropriate organization. Next slide. Also, we have an ARPA-sponsored, AARP. See, I see ARPA. I'm just thinking about ARPA, making sure we get our expenditures done. So AARP Smart Driver Refresher Course is taking place on October 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Annex Senior Center. We'd like to invite our residents age 50 or older to participate in the upcoming AARP Smart Driver course, a classroom-based program designed to help experienced drivers stay confident and safe behind the wheels. If you would like to attend, please call 510-620-6812 for more information and to sign up. Thank you.
Our next item is item M1 under commendations, presentations, and proclamations. It's proclamation recognizing Green Team 94803 and its volunteers for their outstanding service in keeping the El Sobrante Valley clean and beautiful, and encouraging the expansion of these community efforts into nearby areas, including the 94806 community. We have one public speaker. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Let's take the public speaker now, and then we'll go in.
Public speakers, Cordell Hindler. You'll have 2 minutes.
So, good evening, Vice Mayor Superman, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I am fantastic to see this group over here. They have done a lot of good work. Every time I go to El Sobrante, it looks like, wow, this is a whole different town. It's like they keep the areas clean and neat, and I'm like, this is very remarkable, and I'm very proud that they've done all this work. So. And I mean, I want everyone to do like the same thing they do their part. So I'll just leave it at that.
There are no other public speakers.
I'm very proud to be from a community where the green team is cleaning the environment, building community, and celebrating Earth Day. El Sobrante was a little sleepy community, and it has a reputation for being the neglected child of the city and ignored child of the county. But these residents got together, adopted their community as their own, kept it clean and green, and built bonding among themselves and with the community. And that sense of ownership, fostering stewardship, and community building is so exemplary that we're honoring them tonight, recognizing the work, hoping that other communities follow the model. So with that, we have a proclamation from the City of Richmond recognizing Green Team 94803 volunteers in appreciation of their ongoing commitment to beautifying and preserving our neighborhoods. Thank you. Whereas community well-being and environmental stewardship are strengthened when residents unite to protect and beautify their neighborhoods. And whereas the Green Team 94803 was founded in 2015 by the late Maurice Abraham, whose vision launched the El Sobrante Valley Green Team and organized regular cleanups and beautification projects to care for downtown sidewalks, gutters, and parking lots, and to stop litter before it reached our creeks. And whereas Mr. Abrams' passing in 2019 dedicated volunteers, including Mickey Norris and her husband, Chris Conrad, stepped up to lead alongside longtime volunteers, Ken Cheney and Holly Ann Trejo, with Ms. Norris, who advancing this work through her service on the El Sobrante Municipal Advisory Council and the creation of its cleanup and beautification subcommittee. And I'm going to ask you to read the next three, and then we pass it to the Vice Mayor.
Whereas these leaders expanded the scope of the Green Team 94803 beyond business areas to include major thoroughfares and surrounding residential streets, advancing their mission to keep El Sobrante clean and beautiful, and supporting this work with a dedicated website by the same name. And whereas the Green Team has brought together residents from across zip code 94803, which includes parts of Richmond, unincorporated El Sobrante, and San Pablo, demonstrating that our shared environment knows no jurisdictional boundaries and that our community is strongest when united. And whereas Green Team 94803 collaborates widely with local organizations, including spawners, SOS Richmond, the City of Richmond, the El Sobrante Chamber of Commerce, Contra Costa County Supervisor John Joya's office, and the El Sobrante Public Library, thereby strengthening partnership and community pride.
All right. And whereas the Green Team has inspired many volunteers, including families with the young children from across local jurisdictions, and among them, the following dedicated individuals have consistently contributed their time and energy: Mickey Norris, Chris Conrad, Ken Chainley, Raymond Viray, Terry Edlinger, Marsha Laurie, Monica Hazelwood, Bathsheba Lavoie, Maggie and John Kinstall, Sharon Miller, Richard Gere, Allison Blakely, Anne-Marie Amaro, Ali Estrada, Simone and Alan Odom, Javier Perez, and his sons, Dorcas Moulton, Rita Tidwell, Ruth Horton, and Sue Badrew, ensuring that the 94803 area remains clean, beautiful, and united, embodying the spirit of civic responsibility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council hereby honors and commends the Green Team 94803 and its volunteers for their vision, commitment, and service to the shared eco-environment of El Sobrante Valley. The council further affirms that the residents of zip code 94803 are one community, regardless of jurisdictional boundaries, and expresses its deep gratitude to every volunteer who gives their time to keep our neighborhoods clean and beautiful, while encouraging the spirit of Green Team 94803 to grow and expand into neighboring areas, including 94806 zip code, so that more communities may benefit from this model of collaboration and care. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to please join us. I'm going to read the names and provide a certificate of appreciation to each one of you, and then we're going to take a group picture. Please. So, first of all, Mickey, if you would accept the proclamation.
Hold on here.
Thank you, Mickey Norris, for initiating this. Please. No, stay here. Yeah. Monica Hazelwood. Yeah, you need to keep showing it. Thank you. Dorcas Moulton. Not here. Allison Blakely, not here. And Bathsheba Lovey. Thank you. No, boy, sorry, I missed this one. Thank you. Uh-oh. Thank you.
Oh, I got two.
And Chris Conrad. Ramon Viray. You and I are born to serve. Terry Edlinger. Thank you. Marsha Laurie. Not here. And Maggie Kinstall. Oh, and John Kinstall. Thank you. Anne Maria Morrow is not here. Richard Gere.
He's here.
Ali Estrada is not here. Simone Odom is not here. But Alan is here. Alan Odom, thank you. You may stand over there. Alan is here. Sharon Miller. Yeah, you can move that way. Thank you. You can stand over there. We're going to take a group picture. And Javier Perez and Sons. They're not here? Okay, Rita Tidwell? Not here. Ruth Horton? Not here. Sue Baudreau is not here. That's it? Are we missing someone? Ken? Sorry, Ken Cheney, please come here and it must have not been printed. Hold a fake one, but
One of them I just
maybe I missed it in the office. I'm so sorry. And okay. And let's take a group picture.
Can we get the post it, banner?
Everybody want to squish in?
Yeah.
Come over here.
Can go down to the bottom.
Come over here. If you want to say
This is how we do it on
Wow, thank you. You have to be here, Ramon.
Okay. So, Hela, I've been looking at myself.
You can join us.
You're
good looking, don't worry.
Always taking more volunteers.
That's better than cheese.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Would you like to say something?
Huh?
Times when we've had our events, and we know that you have our backs as well. And I just want to, I'm so proud of our team, this group of people and more people who come to join us every third Saturday that we gather people at our library to meet, to give them equipment, to give them a location, to clean up our area. We're just a group of dedicated volunteers who care about our environment, and we want to keep our town clean, and we know nobody else is going to do it. So it's up to us to do it. And so I'm so proud of us all for standing up and doing this service to our community, which is, and we know we're appreciated, and I appreciate that. So thank you so much. And I hope that other people in Richmond will join what we do and adopt an area of Richmond, because it is a region-wide problem with this litter and the trash. And it just takes a few people who care to gather other people to join them in doing this service for our communities. And so thanks again. We really appreciate it.
Really appreciate it. Every third Saturday, 9 to 12, El Sobrante Library. 10 to 12, sorry. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. There's some feedback. I'm not sure where that feedback's coming from. All right, we're going to move on to next item, please. Open forum.
Our next item is open forum. And open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And as a reminder, item 02A, that's the resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025, has been removed from the consent calendar and will be called at the end of the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment on that item, Please wait until that item is called. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Tonight, we have 5 in-person speakers. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. And when you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond, we welcome your comments and request that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. The speakers are Cordell Hendler, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Faiza Ayad, and Jamin Purcell. Cordell.
Thank you. So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. I'm Cordell Hendler. I'm a Richmond resident. So let me get to the point why I'm up here. So if you recall a few months back, when you had an item from HR regarding the vacancy rates, it dawned on me and I said, once again, I had asked to find out which departments are in need of positions because we're trying to keep our current workforce, moving forward, but we still need to figure out which positions are in dire needs. That's one. The second thing is, if you remember that same meeting regarding when we had Raptella to present to us regarding some of the challenges that we're facing, we still need more police because the police care about our community and we cannot afford to lose them. We need to do like what other cities done. We're trying to retain more police because we need some. Because Richmond is a big city and we need as many officers as we can get. Number 3 is economic development. Because if you go outside these doors, if you look at McDonald Avenue, it looks awful. Because I was in a Zoom meeting not too long ago with Walnut Creek, and they got economic development. They bringing in businesses to their city. And I said, if Walnut Creek can have some more businesses, so can Richmond. So I'm not giving up without a fight. We are going to bring in businesses regardless. We need some because we're trying to generate these money. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going nowhere until this city try to work with all the community members, especially businesses along 23rd Street. I'm not giving up without a fight. So if you want to be in it, you got to be in it to win it. That's all I have to say.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. With the exception of the really old guy usually sitting in the mayor's chair, most of you on the council are relative newbies. You haven't been around long enough to know the history and backstory of some of your own policies. For instance, do you really know why the policy commonly known as the Corky Rule exists? This is the rule the one where many of you totally ignore, that limits how long a council member can speak on an item. This is because former council member Corky Bouzet would speak on a lot of agenda items, and sometimes he spoke at length. He was not a part of the ruling group running the council, so they passed the Corky Rule to try to stifle his voice. Didn't work. Long ago, the council meetings had a problem when members of a popular social group would pull every item off of the consent calendar so they could have FaceTime in front of the cameras and the media to aid them as they ran for office. Free advertisement. I often retell about one candidate that pulled an item recognizing that that month was Clean Drinking Water Month because that was of such critical importance of the business of the city council and warranted discussion, right? To combat spending hours speaking on every item, the council passed a policy requiring speakers, almost always members of the public, to reach out to the sponsor of the consent calendar item to tell them that they want to pull the item. The rationale was that there would be a discussion where the sponsor could explain the item so well that the speaker wouldn't want to pull the item. This exchange was to be verbal. Emails don't apply unless there's a back and forth exchange. And since many council members refuse to speak or email with people they disagree with, there's no interchange. All of this has to take place prior to 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. The problem is that whether it's a council member or staff that sponsors the item, it can be extremely difficult to get them to pick up the phone or return the call. And when we sometimes have the clerk's office refuse to pull it because they didn't get the notification they demand. And since the vast majority of the agenda items are now consent items, It's a way for the council and/or staff to do whatever they want without interference from the public. Perhaps the council might want to revisit this policy and listen to the public about their thoughts on this.
Mark Wassberg.
We know for a fact that Mondani is running for mayor in New York City. He admitted that he's a democratic socialist communist. He's a Muslim. He wants to kill all the Jews and all the gays. We all know that. He smiled with the conspirators of 9/11. He praised October 7th. He wants to defund the police. He wants to make the grocery stores like North Korea and China and Russia, where you can only buy certain items. He bragged about defunding the police. Bernie Sanders is campaigning for him, and he's a communist. He came to Richmond to campaign for the RPA, who also is a democratic socialist communist regime, because that's what Aguado said. You guys are doing the exact same thing that Madani is going to be doing. You're going to see New York City is going to fall. They want to tax the rich and give to the poor, free buses, free health care, free everything. Who's going to pay? The money men, right? Well, the big businesses are going to move out. So who's going to pay then? Huh? Who's going to pay? This idiot over here, she's over there smiling because you're going to see, because right now we have a chance to put a major dent in the RPA by getting Robinson and Aguado out. We have a chance to do this because they've admitted that they're a communist regime. Aguado went to Chicago smiling, praising Hamas by killing the people in Israel. If you don't believe me, get on the internet and look at it. It was right there. He was with all the other communists and Muslims praising killing people.
Thank you.
So vote him out.
Faiza Ayad.
Thank you for that comment. You are very truly sick person.
Anytime.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Faiza, and I'm here to thank the people who supported the flag on the city. I wasn't here. Otherwise I would come earlier. But I want to thank you, everyone, who supported our people in Palestine. And I just wanted to say a lot of the news you hear on TV, it's a lot of lies and a lot of brainwashed. Don't believe everything you hear on the news because a lot of it lies, lies, lies. And also I wanted to say some of the things he said, I don't need to reply on anything, but everyone knows, read the news, talk to the people, people who are Palestinian, who've been through that so many times and so many years of this occupation and apartheid ethnic cleansing. And one more thing I wanted to say. I live in El Cerrito, and on the round of Barrett and Key, they put a lot of, I don't know what they call it. I feel like I'm in Palestine on that area because like a checkpoint. A lot of people complain about it, but no one wanted to come and say something about it. It's disgusting. It doesn't look nice, and it makes a lot of the drivers confused when they come to that area. I hope you do something about it. Thank you so much.
Our last in-person speaker is Jamin Purcell. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Jamin.
Sorry, I had to recheck. I would like to, I know that we've been having a lot of negativity within the news as regard to ICE coming into the Bay Area. And I want to say I really appreciated those council members and for the city and how it responded to try and keep people as informed as possible, to make sure that they knew that they were not alone, that they actually have their government looking out for them. Because right now, and likely as we are going further and we get deeper into this recession, things are going to be very tough for the city of Richmond. So I want to say I really appreciate that the city has been very attentive to making sure that we have a culture of inclusivity, a culture that is trying to make sure that we are reaching out to people and making sure that they feel heard and that we're going to be able to be in collaboration and in solidarity together, especially when we're having assaults that are coming from outside of the state and are coming from the federal government. And in particular, I would like to say that I really have appreciated the support that I got out as Richmond Rainbow Pride from our library. Our library has been really, really supportive for our community and allowed for it to be a space where we are able to tell our stories and make sure that people can feel brave in their community. And so all of that is to say, I really want to say thank you to Ms. Curl, and I want to say thank you to the city council members that you guys have really been making sure that people are not feeling left out in the cold. People are not feeling like they're going to be left behind. That we're going to bring everybody with us, and we're going to get through this together. And I know that's really hard, especially right now. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we currently have one speaker.
And that speaker is Sarah Cantor. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you so much for taking my call. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I am calling to uplift a local organization that I think is doing really incredible work. As we all know, there was the news of the impending immigration surge in the Bay Area this last weekend that has left many of our immigrant neighbors feeling even more scared to go out than ever. Also, SNAP benefits are being cut nationwide starting this Saturday, which makes groceries less accessible. So in addition to the great work that the city is doing, there is a newer organization called Richmond Area Mutual Aid that is providing grocery delivery to, in particular, people who are feeling afraid to go out and shop for groceries right now. And so I just want to encourage everyone who's listening to look into their work. You can find them at Richmond Area Mutual Aid on Instagram, or their website is wegotusrichmond.org. And there's in the menu, there's a tab for donations. If you're interested in donating to their work, those funds will go directly towards feeding people who need it most at this really difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, our next item is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item O2A, that's the resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025, has been removed from the consent calendar and will be discussed later in the agenda, and that is not included in this vote. And also, Councilmember Robinson expressed a conflict of interest on item O4A, preliminary engineering services agreement with Rail Pros Field Service, Inc. for the Transformative Climate Communities Wellness Trail, and she will be recusing herself on any vote on that item. So we need a motion and a second.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Right. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes, all but 041A.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
And so just to clarify, O4A.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just wanna make
O4A.
sure. And yes, for me.
Okay. The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent. Okay, our next item is item O2B. 2A.
Okay.
And that, hold on one second.
Do you want to read the item?
That item is to adopt a resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. It's Senate Bill 684 and Assembly Bill 1243. We have several speakers for this item. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Great, thank you. And this item was brought forward by Councilmember Jimenez, and she
Yeah.
wants to give us some comments on that.
Thank you. And I have two presenters that will be here, so you can come and sit over there. That will be great. I just wanted to say that tonight I am proud to bring forward this resolution for the city of Richmond to formally support the California Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act, Senate Bill 684 and Assembly Bill 1243. This bill is simple but transformative. It says the corporation that caused the climate crisis, the fossil fuel giants, must finally help pay for the damage they've done. For too long, they've made record profits while our communities have paid the price with our health, our homes, and our future. Here in Richmond, we know this story deeply. Chevron has operated here for more than a century, bringing pollution, flooding, and asthma to our neighborhoods, while making tens of billions of dollars every year. And yet, we have to also say that nearly 24% of our city's general fund still comes from Chevron, and that's not sustainable. That's dependency. Last year, we fought hard and won a $550 million settlement from Chevron, the largest in Richmond history. But let's be honest. If we calculated the true cost of all the harm, all the health impacts, and all the taxes Chevron avoided over the decades, does that make us whole? I will say no. And while Chevron and other oil giants brag about their projects in the community, they are also benefiting from the $1 trillion federal tax cut handed to corporations by this administration, a reward for polluters where communities like ours are left to clean up their mess. Some say we are asking too much, that if we keep demanding fairness, Chevron might leave. But I ask you, how can asking for clean air, fair taxes, and reliable planning be too much? We cannot let fear dictate our future. Richmond's worth is not defined by one industry here. It's defined by the strength, the resilience, and the vision of our people. And let's remember, this is not just about Richmond. Just yesterday, the United Nations Secretary General warned that humanity has missed the 1.5-degree climate target. He said we must change course now or face irreversible damage to our planet. That means the time for half measures is over. The climate crisis is here. The world scientists are clear. We must act fast, and polluters must pay for the harm they cause to humanity. We have two choices. We can look away and pretend nothing is happening, or we can face the truth, plan for a just transition, and make sure the burden of this crisis does not fall on those who did the least to cause it. By supporting this bill, Richmond stands on the right side of history, demanding accountability, justice, and a reliable future for our children. This fossil fuel era is ending, and we had seen it with some of the main refineries in Contra Costa closing or changing their operation. And Richmond will lead with courage, fairness, and hope. Thank you, and I want to give to the presenters opportunity to explain more what this resolution is about. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself for the record? Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Jackson Golding,
And I'm Maya Williams.
and we are two students at UC Berkeley and environmental advocates who are deeply committed to protecting our environment and planet. We wanted to begin this presentation by providing some context as to why the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act is crucial at a time like this, then discuss the bill's implementation, and finish off by discussing the bill's economic impact.
So, for some context, just 90 of the world's largest fossil fuel emitters are responsible for 2/3 of human-caused carbon dioxide and methane emissions. Emissions from fossil fuel combustion are the single largest contributor to the climate crisis, and big oil corporations knew that their products would create this mess as early as the 1950s, and yet they covered it up and spread misinformation about climate change instead of taking responsibility for their actions and transitioning our energy systems. Californians are already experiencing a climate emergency. We're seeing extreme heat, sea level rise, wildfires, drought, floods, storms all across the state, and they're costing lives and livelihoods of Californians. We as Californians are already paying for these damages, not only with our tax dollars, but with our health. The health costs associated with climate change are rising as risks of heart disease, asthma, allergens, heat stroke, smoke exposure are all increasing as well. And these impacts are specifically magnified in communities of color, in children, in pregnant persons, in older adults, and those with chronic medical conditions. There's conservative estimates that suggest that climate damages will cost the state about $113 billion annually by 2050. These are very conservative estimates. We're already seeing just this year that LA wildfires cost the state $250 billion in January. And right now, with the federal government threatening to withhold disaster recovery funds, California needs to be ready for the next climate disaster. There's polling from last year that shows that 70% of California voters support requiring fossil fuel companies to pay for the consequences of their actions. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate that big oil created this problem. They're actively profiting off of it, and California voters are tired of it and want to see big oil being held accountable.
And to explain the bill, it is divided into four main parts. The first authorizes Cal EPA to cover out a cost study to determine the economic damages that the climate crisis has inflicted and will continue to inflict on California between 1990 and 2045. The study would evaluate both past and future damages, and it would consider the effects on public health, biodiversity, ecosystems, agriculture, water, wildfires, housing insurability and affordability, among others. The second part of this is that Cal EPA would then use climate attribution science to determine what percentage of emissions each fossil fuel corporation is responsible for. For the definition, for the sake of this bill, big polluters are defined as those who have emitted over 1 billion tons of carbon during the 1990 to 2024 period. And from there, the third part is that the bill creates a superfund into which the fossil fuel polluters must pay a fee proportional to the costs, to the fossil fuel emissions they were responsible for. And polluters will be made to pay their share of the costs of climate damages in California arising from those emissions all the way through 2045. And the fourth part is that the California EPA will establish funding criteria and guidelines for how the funds may be used. Eligible programs and projects will include mitigating and adapting to climate change and its impacts, addressing climate-fueled disaster response, and investing in climate-resilient recovery efforts. And as part of this bill, 40% of the revenue raised must be directed towards disadvantaged communities, really those who are in most need. And we would now like to address some points about the economic impacts of this bill. The fossil fuel industry has falsely claimed that the legislation like this, like the Climate Superfund Act, will increase gas prices on a consumer level, which would place an economic burden on working class families. This is not true. According to the American Petroleum Institute themselves, global markets set oil and gas prices, not individual companies. Global prices do not reflect fixed fees that are based on the past behavior of the big oil companies. In addition, because there are many providers of California gasoline, no single company can raise prices without losing customers to competitors. That's just economics. And Superfund assessments don't affect these components. They're too small to impact global prices and too far upstream to affect local costs. Simply put, the Climate Superfund Act will not increase gas prices for consumers. Additionally, fossil fuel companies falsely claim that the Climate Superfund bill will significantly increase costs for California refineries. This is also not true. The refineries operated by the four oil majors in California, those being Chevron, Marathon, Valero, and Phillips 66, would not pay the Superfund fee. The fee is paid for by the headquarters of the oil majors, not the refineries themselves. It is a non-operational cost to the multinational parent company and not an operational cost to local refineries, including the one here in Richmond. And in contrast to what Big Oil claims, the Climate Superfund is a job creator. It is not a job killer. Funds raised through the bill will go towards new green jobs, providing new employment opportunities for Californians. Additionally, the bill will not lead to closure of refineries. The two recent closures of California refineries were due to mismanagement and negligence, not rising costs. The Phillips 66 Wilmington refinery and the Valero Benicia refineries, those closures have been partially driven by severe violations of both clean air and clean water regulations.
And to add to that, we just wanted to highlight that fossil fuel companies continue to make record-breaking profits, lining the pockets of their executives and their investors. Just in 2024, Michael Firth was the CEO of Chevron, made $32.7 million. It is estimated that the annual Climate Superfund payments would represent less than 1% of these companies' profits. We know that the big oil industry has more than enough money to take responsibility for their actions. Just in 2023, during a downturn in crude oil prices, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell, BP, and Total Energy still spent over $114 billion on stock buybacks and dividends. ExxonMobil alone earned $33.7 billion in profits in 2024. Furthermore, we wanted to highlight that consumers are already paying 100% of climate damage costs in the state of California through taxes, through insurance premiums, and emergency recovery responses. And the Climate Superfund bill would shift those existing costs from taxpayers to the big oil companies that are responsible for the past emissions that have triggered the climate crisis and extreme climate events in California. It does not increase the costs of producing and selling gasoline. So as I said, the Superfund would simply shift the costs from consumers, where they currently sit, back to the corporations that are responsible. We also see that there's a strong historical precedence for this type of legislation that shows that consumers are not impacted as the fossil fuel industry claims. When the original Superfund law, CERCLA, was passed in 1980, which was more centered on hazardous pollutants, industry groups claimed that making companies pay to clean up toxic waste sites would devastate the economy and drive up consumer prices. And these predictions have proved to be totally false. Companies have paid billions for cleanup without raising consumer prices because market competition prevents them from doing so. These same economic principles apply to climate change damages. The Climate Superfund is projected to generate $150 billion over the next 20 years. And at a time when the California state is in a budget deficit, we really believe that this is necessary to really mitigate the climate damages that we're seeing around the state and build climate resilience in our communities. And even though as members of the Richmond City Council, you're not able to vote directly on the bill, you do, as local legislators, have the opportunity and responsibility to apply pressure on state legislators on behalf of your constituents and to act in their best interest. We've already seen the city of Berkeley and the city of Los Angeles pass resolutions endorsing this bill, and we've seen support from the city of Sebastopol as well. And we would really like to strongly urge you to add the city of Richmond to that list of names and to really act on behalf of your constituents, on behalf of the planet, and just vote in favor of this resolution. And yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, let's go to public comment first, and then we'll come back for questions and comments from the council.
We currently have 10 in-person speakers. Speakers are Don Gosney, Marie Welchek, Dr. Wendy Bernstein, Isabel Penman, Deborah Bayer, Randy Butler, David Sharples, Melvin Willis, Brian Hugbinger, and Janet Johnson. Don Gosney.
Thank you. You know, unless you're a MAGA-wearing Trump lover, it's likely that you already know that we've killed our planet and there's little chance for humanity. To counter this, we love to pass legislation that, on the surface, it looks like it will fix the problem and all will be well with the world. Many times, these legislative efforts will have names that will say everything that needs saying. For instance, after 9/11, how would anybody be against the Patriot Act? I mean, we're all patriots, aren't we? Well, most of us are. Or how about the big, beautiful bill? We love to supersize things. We all love things that are beautiful, right? And now we have the polluters pay bill that we're being asked to support. This has such a great name that as far as this council is concerned, it doesn't even warrant discussion. That's why it was put on the consent calendar, wasn't it? Okay, I first want to ask this. How many of you have actually read this legislation? And there's a survey, a link to this resolution and the legislation. How many of you actually read the survey? With this, any legislation like the Patriot Act and the big beautiful bill, the devil is in the details. For example, were you aware that this legislation will require polluters to pay for the alleged damage that they've done back to 35 years? Were you aware that the total cost of these polluters will go into the mid-hundreds of billions? Were you aware that this bill will require that 40% of the proceeds will go to disadvantaged persons? But there's no definition of what a disadvantaged person is. Is this another social giveaway program? Does anyone with half a brain think that these polluters will simply absorb this gigantic penalty, or do you think that maybe they might pass it on to the people buying and using their products? And why do you suppose they use the phrase big polluters when they really mean oil companies, and they even admit it? Chevron, Chevron, Chevron. We hate Chevron, don't we? Just curious, why do they want to go after the manufacturers and totally ignore the people using these products, the people driving these gas guzzlers, the people that are creating more pollution than the ones making the products? And lastly, look at the survey and you'll see that the very people who will benefit from these hundreds of billions in penalties favor this 30% more than everyone else. Goes back to the social giveaway issue.
Marie Welchek. She left. Dr. Wendy Bernstein.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund. I'm Dr. Wendy Bernstein. I'm a volunteer from the Climate Health Now Action Fund. Climate Health Now is a statewide organization devoted to healthcare sustainability and advocacy with over 900 healthcare professional members. I'm a psychiatrist and I worked at Kaiser Richmond for 11 years. I grew to love and respect this amazing community and also had a window into some of its struggles. I know that trauma, poverty, and racism contributed to the high mental health burden in the patients who I saw. However, I didn't know then that fossil fuel pollution was increasing rates of depression, ADHD, and dementia. Now we have good evidence that this is the case. That's why we need to pass the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund. This bill earmarks 40% of the $150 billion to be paid throughout the state over the next 20 years to frontline communities. Just imagine what a difference being able to fund something like air filtration for residents living near a pollution source could make for the health and well-being of Richmond. Personally, I will never forget the sight of a huge plume of smoke racing towards the Kaiser Hospital in 2012 from the Chevron refinery fire, or the patients who I met in the following days who were reacting to the exposure to the toxic fumes. If you care about disadvantaged communities, you have to protect the residents' health from industrial poisons. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Isabel Penman, and will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Deborah Bayer, Randy Butler, David Sharples, Melvin Willis, Brian Hubbinger, and Janet Johnson. And we have like 21 speakers online, so I'm just trying to move the speakers along. Okay, Isabel?
Good evening. Thank you for your time today. My name is Isabel. I'm an organizer with Food and Water Watch. We're a national organization with over 100,000 supporters statewide, many who live in Richmond. And as our amazing presenters shared today, for too long, the cost of the climate crisis has fallen on regular people who are already suffering to pay their bills. Higher utility rates, smoke from wildfires, other climate health costs, rising home insurance rates, and more. And this bill would change that. Taxpayers are already paying 100% of climate adaptation costs, including local and state taxes for disaster recovery, higher insurance premiums in vulnerable areas, infrastructure repair and replacement costs after climate disasters, the costs associating with scorching heat every single summer now, and the Climate Superfund doesn't create new costs that would be passed along in higher energy prices. It simply shifts existing climate disaster costs from taxpayers to the companies responsible for creating them. In the second quarter of 2024 alone, major oil companies made staggering profits. ExxonMobil, for example, made $70,513 a minute. Chevron, $35,691 a minute in 2024 alone. The annual Climate Superfund payments would represent less than 1% of these companies' profits, but would mean so much to everyone in this room and everyone in Richmond and everyone in the state of California. So it's time for Richmond to join the cities of San Francisco, LA, San Diego, Berkeley, Albany, San Jose, and over 130 local elected officials throughout the state by passing a resolution in support of the Climate Superfund bill to make polluters pay so that we don't have to. Thank you.
Deborah Bayer.
Hi, I'm Debbie Bayer, and first of all, I want to say that I don't hate Chevron, and this isn't about hating Chevron. I mean, I'd like to be able to think that I have nothing to do with Chevron, but I do. I drive. I heat my house, and I heat my water, and I cook on a gas stove, and we are all involved in this society which is based on polluting extractive fuels. And so we're responsible for Chevron, yeah, but on the other hand, and we have to figure out a different way. But nobody has figured out a different way. Nobody's been close. Well, they have come. I guess we're kind of on our way to renewables. But the point is, it's just kind of like sensible that a business pays for the cost of doing business. And then what's left over is profit. So part of the cost of doing business for Chevron and ExxonMobil is the cost of cleaning up what happens from their business. And then after that, that could be profit. It's like saying, you know, we don't want to pay for labor. No, you have to pay for labor, and then you try to make money on top of labor. So I hope we all walk away from fossil fuels, but in the meantime, there is nothing wrong with having Chevron in this community and all it represents pay for the mess they make. It's their mess. They clean it up. Okay. Sorry. Thanks.
Randy Butler.
Good evening, Council. I'm Raleigh Butler, Executive Director of Council of Business and Industries in Richmond, a nonprofit in Richmond since 1945. I want to say thank you. On your consent calendar, you approved me to go on Workforce Development Board for Richmond. So I'll be helping Tamara out. Tonight, I just want to make sure that you have a little better understanding of all the pieces of what's going on here. Before I say that, let me just say I'm a kind of a normal person. I'm a never Trumper. I'm a big fan of Zoran Mamdani, and Mark is gone, so that's good. And other thing, I'm pretty actually normal. Grew up in California, here in the Bay Area, and have California roots. So here's what I want to say. First of all, everyone keeps on referring to this as the Superfund bill. You know, if you remember the Superfunds, I do, in the 70s, and they were coming out, they were investigating the properties, those were liability expenses. They looked at the property and said, you damaged this property, this is gonna be $10 million, you're gonna put $10 million in this fund, we'll refund it to you if the cleanup costs less. That's not what this is. This is a tax. This is past, current, and future production. This is not a super fund. This is a tax on production. So let's get that part straight. The next part, no one mentioned, did they? There's 2 states that have already passed this, Vermont and New York. In Vermont, they are being sued by 24 states currently. 24 states have filed suit against Vermont. 22 states have filed suit against New York. New York is taxing oil companies that don't operate in New York, don't refine in New York, but are close to the border, and so they're taxing them anyway. So no one really knows what the
Your
final
time has
outcome-
expired.
Oh. Did you
Sorry.
only give me 1 minute again?
I gave you 2 minutes. You have to use them wisely. David Sharples.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Sharples with the community group ACE, and I'm here tonight because it's time to make the polluters pay for climate devastation in California. In the first weeks of 2025, flames engulfed whole neighborhoods in Los Angeles, forcing tens of thousands to evacuate and leaving heart-wrenching destruction behind them. The climate disaster alone is estimated to have cost $250 billion. Climate change is here and the costs are escalating. Who is going to pay for these damages? The world's biggest fossil fuel polluters are overwhelmingly responsible for climate devastation, but right now California taxpayers are footing the bill, and we've paid enough. By establishing a climate superfund, California can make the biggest fossil fuel polluters pay for the climate damages they've caused. Using this fund, the state can lower costs for Californians while investing in rebuilding communities, supporting workers exposed to climate threats, growing resilience to climate harms, and getting off fossil fuels. Vermont and New York have just passed climate superfunds, and California should too. Thank you very much for supporting this resolution for a climate superfund bill.
Melvin Willis.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll just say it's refreshing to be on this side of the dais. It feels great. No, but I also just wanted to call on you all to support this resolution unanimously. I've actually been doing a lot of work on clean air recently this year. I've been having to interview parents and even get to know, talk to some of the people that I went to school with in the past to get their stories of how have they been impacted by the climate crisis. And you know, you hear, and I've seen numerous stories of people who have children with asthma who have to plan carefully in case the air quality outside is bad, or folks who are still devastated and feeling the impacts of crises and spills that we've had here locally going down in 2012, 2003, 1999. A lot of folks who are still remembering these experiences when we had explosions or chemical gas spills. And, you know, anytime there's another business or even a property owner that causes a mess in the community, a lot of agencies require them to clean up their mess, otherwise you will be levied with a bunch of fines and fees if you don't clean up your mess. Or if you abandon that property, the new property owner who comes in is responsible for all those fines and fees that weren't taken care of because of a mess that was made. This is a multinational, multi-billion-dollar institution that we're talking about. They've been making money off of people's health for years in and years out. Honestly, I believe that these are the type of folks that care more about prices per share and their shareholders than they do about the communities that they're operating in. We are paying. The fact that I got to get my car smogged every other year is me doing my part for the climate. Now it's time for these oil industries to do their part for the damage that they have caused, the damage that we are impacted by today, even with extreme weather. So please pass this and be on the front end like New York and Vermont and other communities who are considering this. Thank you, and that's my time.
Brian Humbiger.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us here tonight. I wish I had enough time to go through kind of some debate with some of the presenters' points, but I only got a couple minutes. So my name is Brian Hubbinger. I have worked in Richmond for 20 years, and I do work for Chevron. And I will say I'm deeply concerned with the potential negative impacts of the two bills that are presented in the resolution. And I don't think I'm alone there. These bills came before the state legislature earlier this year, and it didn't even make it out of the first policy committee because so many legislatures and their constituents had concerns with the large affordability concerns that came with this. Massive negative impacts the bill could have on the economy and the cost of living that all of us here in Richmond and the state are having to deal with and we continually see rise. This doesn't move us any closer to solving climate and making climate progress or finding solutions. Rather, as an independent analyst shows, costs go up over $3,000 per person from higher prices on utilities such as gas, electricity, and natural gas. Renters, who we have a lot of here in Richmond, would also see annual housing costs rise by over $1,300. And this is a policy-driven inflation that the least and the most vulnerable and the least likely to be able to afford these costs will have to absorb. You're endorsing policies that raise costs on residents and jeopardize the local jobs without really achieving any meaningful emission reductions associated with what we're trying to solve. Notably, the proposed resolutions offers no discussions on the trade-offs that the legislation provides. But let's have a balanced discussion of how we retain businesses in California and Richmond, protect consumers who are our community members against these affordability concerns. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker, Janet Johnson.
Good evening, Council. Good to be here. Thank you so much. I have a ridiculous cough, so I'm going to give it my best, but talking doesn't help. Okay, let's talk about the problem. The problem is escalating climate costs, and those costs affect everybody. Climate disasters are draining California's finances and hitting our economy. California will face at least $113 billion in annual climate costs by 2050, according to the California Natural Resources Agency's fourth climate assessment. CAL FIRE spending increased 110% from $2 billion in 2015-2016 to $4.2 billion 24-25. And wildfires are getting more destructive as climate change increases. And 15 of the 20 most costly and destructive fires in California have occurred since 2015. The frequency and intensity of climate disasters will only increase as the climate crisis worsens, increasing the economic costs. The federal support is becoming unreliable. We know this. The Trump administration has threatened to withhold disaster recovery aid. California has relied on FEMA for reimbursement for 75% of climate disaster recovery expenses, but if we have more disasters here, we know that we can't count on FEMA. So let's do the right thing here. There's strong legal precedent, and this is a smart investment. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 22 speakers.
And those 22 speakers are Michael Gilkson, Heidi Harmon, Claire Brown, Mikhail Lake, Sean Stahlbaum, Sarah Gal, Rod Fujitsu, Sonal Lujain Al Saleh, Zoom user Blair Nakamoto, Holly Brown, Kevin Wong, Ji Yo Jeong, Lynn Griffith, Karuna Gray, Richard Katz, Mark Hughes, Mimi S., Emma Ishii, Emily Ross, Pedro Ruiz, and Sarah Cantor will be the last speaker. Michael Gilkson, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, I'm Michael Glickson. I'm a Richmond resident. I am here to speak in support of this measure to support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. So Richmond already worked on Polluters Pay and managed to get a nice settlement from Chevron. We know how this works. We know this is important. They're trying to get this passed in the legislature, and they didn't pass it. It's been extended, I guess, till next year. There are a lot of lobbyists that are fighting this. So even with our support, we don't know where this is going to go, but we need to speak out as a frontline community and say, we support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heidi Harmon. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
All right, thank you so much. Good evening, Council. My name is Heidi Harmon. I'm a longtime climate advocate, and I'm the former mayor of San Luis Obispo. And I just want to begin by expressing my deep respect for the people of Richmond, a community that has lived with both the benefits and the burdens of living with a refinery for generations. And you all continue to lead with courage and heart. And as a former mayor myself, I know what it's like to have a city council meeting go longer than you expected. So thank you so much for letting our share our voices tonight. I have really fond memories of standing shoulder to shoulder with many of the folks in Richmond just about a decade ago when we came together to stop a dangerous oil train here in San Luis Obispo. We fought together and we won that battle together. And Richmond has a really strong place in my heart. So Make Polluters Pay, as everyone has said, is really about ensuring that everyone who calls Richmond home can prepare and recover from climate disasters while building a safer, healthier future. And just like your own agenda tonight, so beautifully reflected with initiatives like the Nature-Based Solutions for Sea Level Rise Study, the Climate Communities Wellness Trail, and your proclamation honoring the vital work of the Green Team, Richmond is already a leading example, leading an example by example in the face of climate change. So I'm urging you to pass this resolution. As was noted, 40% of this funding is designated for environmental justice communities. So hopefully places like Richmond that have carried the weight of industrial pollution for so long will benefit greatly from this. And as a former mayor, I know what it's like to lead through crisis, to balance budgets, keep services running, and care for residents. And the financial burden of climate recovery on local governments is unsustainable. And so you and your community should not have to shoulder that cost while corporations post record profits. So thank you for considering passing this resolution and joining Berkeley, San Francisco, Albany, LA, San Diego, and so many others across the state in doing so. Again, Insider Baseball.
Thank you, and your time has expired. The next speaker is Claire Brown. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members. I am Claire Brown, a Richmond resident and economics professor at UC Berkeley. I strongly support the City Council's resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act. Thank you, Council Member Jimenez. My research team at UC Berkeley has evidence-based analysis of the Climate Superfund Act. When you hear facts from the oil industries, please always ask for their evidence, because often they never will give you any evidence. It's just facts that they know, which really aren't anything we would accept at UC Berkeley in a report. This bill will improve affordability for Richmond residents by shifting some local cost of global warming from Richmond taxpayers to the historic polluters. The Superfund fee will not affect market prices for gas and diesel. No business in California will pay any fee, which is paid by multinational headquarters for past global emissions. 40% of Superfund revenues are directed to climate-related projects for disadvantaged communities, which does include Richmond. The revenues can make Richmond safer and more resilient to climate change with less financial burden to the city's budget. I have this evidence and other things that I could give you if you want to understand it better, but tonight, I really want to thank you, Richmond City Council, for joining cities and counties across the state to urge the legislature to pass the Superfund Act and the government to sign it into law, because the revenues can make Richmond safer and more resilient to climate change with less financial burden to the city's budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mikhail Lake. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello.
Yes, you may begin.
My name is Mikhail Lake. I'm a policy director for the Bay Area Council. We represent over 250 businesses, both large, medium, and small, in the Bay Area. The AB 684 and AB 1246, we believe is flawed and will never negatively impact our Richmond community. And we urge the council not to support this resolution. We want climate accountability, but SB 684 and AB 1243 risk hurting the very communities they aim to protect. Let's pursue solutions that reduce emissions, protect taxpayers, and strengthen affordability without creating new burdens or legal uncertainty. A balanced approach, strengthening existing programs, incentivizing clean energy, and protecting consumers is more effective and less risky. Meanwhile, existing programs like cap and trade already fund climate resilience. This bill duplicates efforts without clear coordination, especially at a time when we're seeing closures of energy producing plants like the Valero plant, and lawmakers in Sacramento are scrambling to save consumers from rising prices. Independent analysis shows average households could pay up to $3,400 more per year through higher prices for gas, electricity, and natural gas with the passage of these bills. Renters who already struggle with affordability will see annual housing costs rise over 1,300, and utility-driven inflation would hit our most vulnerable neighbors. Up to 200,000 jobs lost statewide, 30.5 billion reduction in state GDP, and 4.5 billion loss in state local tax revenue. This undermines funding for schools, transportation, and public service. Please consider not supporting these resolutions.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sean Stahlbaum with IFPTE Local 21 at City of Richmond, also representing thousands of public sector employees throughout the Bay Area. There's no doubt that our communities in California are adversely impacted by the climate crisis, including negative impacts for city infrastructure, city budgets, and workers everywhere. There's also no doubt fossil fuel companies knew for decades about the damage their products were causing. The Polluters Pay Climate Superfund would make these companies pay for the damage they've caused. And this resolution supporting it is not only appropriate, but it's good public policy and it's necessary. The Superfund would generate resources our state needs, and at least 40% of the funds would be directed to disadvantaged communities. The opponents of Polluters Pay Climate Superfund, led by Chevron locally, purport to be defending workers. They say it's inevitable that the costs for these big polluters to pay for the damage they cause will be passed on to all workers. But the presenters tonight expose that that's not true. Instead of siding with the major polluters, why not join the rest of us who believe it's perverse for these polluters to be allowed to pass on these costs to citizens and workers everywhere, and instead defend workers by insisting the polluters pay for the damage they've caused and not be allowed to avoid responsibility. I've dedicated a life to fighting for and defending workers and worker families. I'm proud that IFPT Local 21 stands with the supporters of this resolution tonight, and hope everyone listening will do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Gao, followed by Rod Fujitsu. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello there. My name is Sarah Gao, and I'm part of Sunrise Bay Area, a youth-led organization working across race and class to fight the climate crisis. We desperately need to hold polluters accountable for the decades of harm they've done to our communities, all for profits. Taxpayers and regular folks should not be left to foot the bill on top of having to pay for our own health care, property damage, and more caused by a dangerously warming world willfully created by these big polluters. They're even trying to sow disinformation, scaring folks into thinking they will lose their jobs or that gas prices will go up because of this, which is, as many folks have mentioned, patently untrue. Economists agree that gas prices cannot legally go up because of this bill. And if fossil fuel companies could raise their prices, they wouldn't need to wait for this excuse in order to do so. Plus, we already pay for these costs and all these externalities. These corporations clearly don't care about us. They've never cared about us. And these fines levied by the polluters pay legislation would just be a drop in the bucket for their massive record profits they make off of our air, water, and land, but would make meaningful material differences in the lives of everyday people. People who are now struggling more than ever, young people like me who face a terrifying future. It's honestly embarrassing that we, as a state with rampant wildfires, droughts, threatened agriculture, increasingly unaffordable housing, haven't passed this bill already, when New York State and Vermont already have. While they do face opposition, being afraid of unfounded lawsuits should never stop us from doing the right thing and protecting our communities. We need to finally make polluters pay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rod Fujita, followed by Sonal. Rod, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council members. I'm Rod Fujita. I'm a climate scientist with Indivisible East Bay, and I'm here to urge you to pass this resolution in support of the Make Polluters Pay bill. I want to address two things that came up in tonight's testimony. First, in contrast to what the gentleman from Chevron said, this bill actually did make it out of policy committees in both chambers of the legislature. And we're hoping to get it to a vote in January. That's why we need the city of Richmond and other California cities to stand up and express support for it. Secondly, I agree with the last speaker. Of course, Vermont and New York are being sued. Any positive change is going to create opposition from those who benefit from the status quo. So we need to take them on. We need to fight. And I urge you to take the moral and scientific high ground and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sonal. Please state your first and last name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, I'm Sonal Chakasali, and I'm part of Sunrise Bay Area. We're a cross-class, multiracial, youth-led organization fighting for a livable future for all. I support MPP because it holds the biggest historical polluters accountable for the climate crisis that we're all paying for here. Growing up, I was taught if you make a mess, you clean it up. So why should the rules be any different for big oil? The impacts of climate change, especially on frontline communities, can so easily be seen here in the Bay. Wildfires, smoke, heat waves, droughts. It's all just become part of everyday life, hurting our health, our local economy, and our sense of safety. This bill would make major fossil fuel companies contribute to cleaning up the damage their emissions have caused and relieve pressure on local communities and taxpayers. And as other people have mentioned, some claim that it will raise prices for consumers, but that's not true. The bill does not tax gas stations, and California law tightly regulates the price of gas and prohibits passing on the cost of taxes to consumers. And the global markets set oil prices, not individual companies. So as a Californian, I want to see our state lead with fairness and responsibility and ensure that the people that profited off of all of this are funding the solutions that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lujane Al-Saleh. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Lujane Al-Saleh, and I work for Communities for a Better Environment, a California statewide environmental justice organization where I work on just transition campaigns here in Richmond, and most recently the Polluters Pay campaign, in which the city of Richmond secured $550 million from Chevron. I first would like to thank Councilmember Jimenez for bringing forward this resolution in support of the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. We strongly support this resolution and its overarching goals to hold polluting corporations accountable for the enormous cost of climate recovery and resilience, along with advancing the city's environmental justice, community health, and environmental resiliency goals outlined in the Richmond Climate Action Plan. I want to emphasize that 90 of the world's largest fossil fuel emitters are responsible for 2/3 of human-caused carbon dioxide and methane emissions. Chevron is a major contributor to these emissions, with historical data showing that it has been responsible for billions of tons of greenhouse gases since 1965, making it one of the largest historical emitters. From increasingly severe wildflooding, heat waves, and climate emergencies, it has become so clear that we are not prepared for the climate that the fossil fuel industry has created. The Climate Superfund Act is an opportunity to invest in a future that no longer invests in destructive fossil fuel industries and instead invests in a future that responds to climate catastrophes, builds climate resilient neighborhoods, prepares for future climate harms, and ushers in a just transition away from fossil fuels and extractive industries.
Thank you. The next speaker is with a device named Zoom user. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Timothy Jeffries. I'm representing the Boilermakers that operate in these facilities here in the state of California here. And I think I've had some very good comments tonight, and then a few sensible comments. But health impacts from refining is at the tailpipe. It's a tailpipe issue, right? Not the refining itself. But there was right now currently the fuel prices across the nation has dropped, and California does not even know that because they haven't changed, right? So and supply and demand, if you just say they're not going to close does not make it so, because the writing is on the wall, and I think those on the council here can clearly see that the industry is struggling right now. And for this burden that'll be put on the industry is really an economic issue for the local area. The idea, I think, whether this passes or not, for this local area should be to do, what are we going to do when this goes away? What do we do to sustain, I think it was mentioned, 24% of our economy? What do we do to build on that for jobs in our local area, for our citizens, for our residents? Are we going to train them to do this next level of work? What level next level of work? What does that look like? If this is the industry we're going to drive away? I think it's very simple, right? I think I think you got some homework to do. You said, as you know, it's been challenged in other states. Why would you vote on something that you know has been challenged? It's going to be tied up, and it's going to protect the community that you say it's going to protect. I don't think this bill is it. It's been proven not to protect the community it says it's supposed to protect. Thank you, and you have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Blair Nakamoto, followed by Haley Brown. Blair, please unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Hi, thank you. I am also a member of the Sunrise Bay Area movement. I come from a working class background. It is wrong to lord employment security and paychecks over employees at the expense of theirs and their community's health when oil companies cannot legally pass these fees onto consumers when they're not operational costs, as many have said, but bears repeating. It is a long outdated, blame shifting, and transparently profit prioritizing idea that it's the consumers on individual levels who are responsible for pollution and not the manufacturing companies that made the product and who covered up the science on the harm of their products. Consumers don't need oil, they need energy. Energy can come from renewable energies. We needed the transition yesterday, but now we'll do. Renewable energies are cheaper and they are job creators. Energy can, we
Sorry. We need the accountability also for the damage already done now. That accountability means prioritizing constituents and economic and scientific experts, not oil lobbyists. The Superfund will also be paying for public transit so we can reduce emissions and consumers can use that. So these people's arguments are not really seeing the benefits of this bill. So I really commend the council for bringing this bill forward, and I urge you to continue to support it and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Haley Brown, or Haley Brown, excuse me, followed by Kevin Wong. Haley, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Richmond City Council. My name is Holly Brown, and I'm also with Sunrise Bay Area. I also come from a working class background. We need to make polluters. Make polluters pay. This policy, it's extremely important. While yes, we have cap and trade and we have personal lawsuits for pollution, we don't have policy that holds historic polluters of carbon accountable. That's more than 1 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases based on extraction and refining activities between 1995 and 2024. So that's 1 billion metric tons. That is heating up our environment and destroying communities. We live in a finite planet. What happens somewhere happens everywhere and to all of us. Specifically, Richmond residents feel the effects of big oil's historic pollution every day. Historically, medical data has shown that Richmond residents are at risk of higher rates of asthma, respiratory illness, and cardiovascular issues, all just from the Chevron refinery. I probably don't have to explain this to you guys. You probably already know. This bill would allow Richmond to historically get funding to provide health care, transition to a more robust public transportation system, plant trees to help residents breathe clean air again, and get some of these retroactive funds that Richmond residents deserve. When I make a mess, I have to clean it up, no matter how long I left it there or what power I have. Why do we treat big oil any differently? Please support Make Polluters Pay and support your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Wong, followed by Lynn Griffith. Kevin, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wong, and I'm calling in to urge the council to pass the resolution in support of the Make Polluters Pay bill as well. We all know the burning of oil and gas has led to significant impacts on our state, most of which are borne by communities like the city of Richmond. It's basic fairness that companies should be responsible for the negative impacts of their products. Arguments that the bill would raise prices for consumers unfounded. Some folks have come in citing studies that nobody has seen before, whereas we have the University of California, Berkeley having multiple economists that have actually done studies and actually shown their work, showing that the bill would not raise costs to consumers. California law tightly regulates the price of oil and gas. The bill doesn't tax gas stations in the community. The only way the prices would go up is if oil companies break the law. Meanwhile, everyday citizens are left to deal with the cost of burning fossil fuels, higher food prices as a result of droughts, higher housing costs as a result of rising insurance and wildfire hardening, higher healthcare costs from polluted air and water, and higher energy costs from dealing with extreme heat and the cost of an electricity grid that can withstand extreme weather. Unlike the purported potential impacts that opponents have cited, the impacts from the polluters we're seeing are real and they're here now. So please do the right thing. And I urge you to urge Sacramento to pass this Make Polluters Pay bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Katz. I'm sorry, excuse me, Lynn Griffith. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lynn Griffith. I live here now, but I moved here fairly recently. And before that, I lived for 40 years in Altadena, that city or community anyway, that was leveled by the Eaton fire last January 7. So the pictures that you've probably seen look very bleak. That community isn't anymore. I hate to wish it on anybody, but what if that happened to Richmond? What if it happened? How on earth would we cover the expenses to the city, to individuals? 250 billion for the two fires in LA. It's very hard to imagine how we're going to cover that kind of expense. And no community is exempt from this kind of climate disaster. I think if we could imagine ourselves some years ahead, looking back, if we did not vote for this, if we did not make it happen when we could, we would be sorry. The expense of all this will be great. I have read that it's likely that homeowners will see an added expense of about $50 a month. That's what, $600 a year we didn't know we were going to pay? And that's throughout the whole state of California because of the fires in Los Angeles. So we're all going to pay for this unless we make the polluters who caused it pay. Let's support this resolution. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Katz, followed by Mark Hughes. Richard, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Oh, hi, I'm Richard Katz. I'm a biochemist, but 40 years ago or so, I was in the trucking business, Cal T 119009. But one year, I paid the state an extra $50 and got a California hazardous waste transporter's license, number 720. And that was just to haul hazardous waste in drums on flatbeds, no tankers. So 1980 came along was when Superfund got going. And we hauled a few loads of hazardous on Superfund's tab. So here we are 40 years later, and we get to look back. I want to tell you two things. One, it was a really good idea. I mean, it worked okay. Make polluters pay is modeled on Superfund, and it's going to work okay too. But second, I got two words for Richmond, and I live in Richmond. Two words: United Heckathorn. See, the system's not perfect, but we're going to do the best we can. Do the best you can and deliver the goods. That's it. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Hughes, followed by Mimi S. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Hughes. I'm the Executive Director of the Industrial Association. We've been following SB 684 since it was first introduced in Sacramento, and I'm sure most of you know that the bill never made it to the floor for a vote, primarily because of potential legal issues and how the bill could have a negative financial impact on the consumers in the state, especially the most vulnerable citizens. As you have seen, I have seen, there's a lot of bills that come out of Sacramento every year, and many of them are very, very good, very good bills. Some of them, however, oftentimes have unintended consequences, and that is certainly the case with SB 684 and AB 1243. I'm sure the authors and the supporters of the bills think that these will be a good thing for the citizens, but unfortunately, there is independent analysis, not our analysis, not the industry analysis, but independent analysis of these bills that says otherwise. So my ask of you tonight is simple. It's to, at a minimum, push the pause button on this resolution until there is more clarity on the legal issues related to the bills and there's more clear understanding and recognition and perhaps appreciation for these bills and how they will truly affect the citizens, not only of the state, but the citizens of the city of Richmond as well. So thanks so much for your time this evening, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mimi S., followed by Emma Ishii, Emily Ross, Pedro Ruiz, and Sarah Cantor will be the last speaker. Mimi, please state your last name for the record, unmute yourself, and you may begin.
Certainly. Thank you so much. My last name is Spreadbury, B-U-R-Y. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Mimi from California Indivisible. California Indivisible is over 80 groups and growing, now over 202 groups, which is between 80,000 and 202,000 climate voters here in California. Many of our members are impacted by climate disasters from dirty fossil fuels. I am a volunteer lead for Indivisible California for the Polluters Pay Superfund Act, which we're asking you to please vote yes on this resolution. Like Proposition 4 of 2024, which passed with almost 70% of the votes, the Polluters Pay Superfund bill will allocate at least 40% of funds to benefit resiliency for frontline and climate impacted communities. This is a major reason California Indivisible supports this bill. It is widely known that for every dollar spent on resiliency, that offsets $13 of climate damages. Additionally, it is estimated that there will be at least 113 billion yearly damages to pay in California, while meanwhile, as some of my coalition friends have said, the LA fires are estimated to cost at least $250 billion. California passed Proposition 4 last year, also regarding a possible upcoming conservative administration, which has happened. In conclusion, please vote yes for Make Polluters Pay Superfund bill, and thank you very much, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing this forward for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emma Ishii. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, City Council members and Vice Mayor. And also thank you to Councilmember Jimenez for introducing this resolution. My name is Emma Ishii, and I work in Richmond as a local policy coordinator at the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. We're a local and statewide community organization that brings together immigrant and refugee Asian communities to build a future where all of us can thrive. And like the other speakers, I'm here to voice our support for the resolution so that the city can support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act of 2025. So just to share a little bit about the work that we do with our members, our members share how breathing the toxic air created by Chevron's pollution affects their health, causing asthma and cancer, real health impacts, and also just create increasing daily struggles for themselves and their families. But our members really want to see a healthier and more resilient community and shouldn't have to bear the cost of that pollution. And like others have said, the transition away from fossil fuels is well underway. So what's at stake now really is how we do that transition and whether the state has the resources to invest in the future beyond oil, including communities like Richmond. So this state bill, as others have said, would create accountability at the state level for fossil fuel companies to pay their fair share. And funds collected would actually really prioritize projects that benefit fence-line communities hit the hardest by fossil fuel pollution, many of the communities that are located in Richmond. So, the community and the leadership in Richmond already have shown that they understand environmental justice and the importance of policies like this as a good strategy to protect our communities from further harm. Just last year, APEN was proud to be part of that coalition.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. I support this legislation. I support the city of Richmond passing a resolution supporting it. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for bringing it forth and to the presenters for the presentation. I was going to speak on two small things. One was Mr. Gosney's comment referencing disadvantaged communities that's in this bill. That actually is a specific set of criteria that's defined by the California EPA on geographic, socioeconomic, and environmental hazard criteria. And long story short, like it applies to us, Richmond, like it's for people on the front lines of pollution impacts. So the criteria that are in place are not just open-ended, there's definition to them. Also, there's a huge coalition of organizations endorsing this bill, but one of the things I found most meaningful is the leadership of young people on this issue. On Friday, there were youth-led actions throughout the state in support of this legislation, including locally targeting our assembly member, Wicks. You may recall last week there was so much going on in the community, so many actions, and young people were fighting for their future in this particular way. And I think that's really powerful as they will bear the brunt of climate impacts. So I feel particularly moved by the incredible amount of youth support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pedro Ruiz. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, awesome. All right, hello everyone. My name is Pedro Ruiz, and as a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance, Reimagine Richmond, and most importantly, a representative of our youth community, I refuse to accept the continued history of corporate pollution that threatens both the health of our city and basically the promise of our future. And given this, I stand firmly in support of the Polluters Pay resolution, which would essentially allocate Cal EPA to assess and collect a one-time fee from the largest polluters in California based on their historical emissions, which of course include Chevron, ensure those responsible pay their fair share of damage for they've blatantly inflicted across communities throughout California, save Californians who are already suffering from the current climate crisis hundreds of billions of dollars by cleaning up the mess that big oil companies are responsible for. And given the fact that health costs associated with climate change are heavily on the rise, risks of heart disease, asthma, allergens, vector-borne diseases, heat strokes, and smoke exposure are all intensified by this climate emergency that we're currently facing. And these impacts are magnified in communities of color, children, pregnant persons, older adults, and those with chronic medical conditions. And the polling last year shows, according to polling last year shows 70% of California voters support requiring fossil fuels companies to pay for climate disaster costs through a climate super bond bill. And given this, I thank the City Council for introducing this resolution and thus strongly encourage the continued support of the Polluters Pay resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Cantor, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I'm a resident of Richmond. And, I started out when thinking about my comment, planning to address the fact that one person pulled this item and then read a prepared statement that didn't seem to be responsive to any of the beautiful presentation that was made by the young people who are presenting tonight. And then as public comment moved forward, I realized that I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Gosney, for pulling this item so that we can hear the full depth and breadth of community support for holding polluters and fossil fuel corporations accountable for their destruction of the environment, our communities, and the lungs and bodies of our loved ones. We know that the fossil fuel industry is not going to be forever. And as mentioned, the Chevron is currently an enormous portion of our city's economy and movement towards creating a just transition and having these corporations pay into funds that can be used to create new economies and new ways of organizing our society is only for the good and will benefit us all. So thank you so much, Council, for listening to your community on this. And I look forward to seeing how you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right. Thank you. Don't know why there's feedback. All right. Colleagues, any questions, comments?
Comments, maybe.
Any comments? All right. Who wants to go first? All right. Bana. Brad, go ahead. Councilor Bana.
Yeah, thank you for presenting, and thanks to all the people who made comments. I don't hate Chevron either. It's a business in the city of Richmond. And the oil and energy industry is not the only culprit. We also have the auto industry, transportation, even Caltrans could work on railways and mass transportations. And each one of us need to do our share as well. But conversation has to start somewhere. So let's get it started and hopefully reduce the pollution. Many people are responsible for, all of us on Earth are responsible for polluting. And we need to start the conversation, discussion, discourse about how to save our planet. We only got one Mother Earth. So thank you again.
All right. Councilmember Brown.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I will be voting in support of this. As a Richmond City Council member, I've learned, unfortunately, a lot of new examples of how under a capitalist economy, profits are privatized, but then the problems and the costs are socialized. When it comes to polluting industries, the corporations make choices that bring wealth to a relatively small number of shareholders and executives in the immediate moment. But Richmond residents pay the high price of pollution, starting with our elevated asthma rates. And then when the economy inevitably shifts and an industry stops being profitable, the corporations take off and leave their pollution behind. We see that in Richmond at Stouffer Chemical, also known as the Zeneca site, United Heckathorn, Blair Landfill, and Terminal 1, among many other sites, where we have significant fights over who is going to bear the cost of cleanup once a polluting industry leaves. So I think it was both smart and fair for the city to negotiate a $550 million settlement with Chevron while Chevron is still here. It might not balance the scales between the fossil fuel industry and our city, but it's making it more balanced and more fair. So I support any state bill that will give communities the tools that they need in order to hold polluting industries accountable in the current moment. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I really am extremely encouraged when I see young people on the front lines advocating for what they believe in. So I appreciate your time coming out here this evening. Also, we live in a multimodal city where we have a lot of responsible parties aside from Chevron. But also, I agree with a lot of the speakers, the things that you mess up, you're responsible for. And so I just wish and hope that once this is passed and funds are allocated to Richmond, however that's coming down the pipelines, that we actually put it back into our communities to enhance the quality of life of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? All right. Thank you for coming out to present. I'm sorry, I have some feedback here. I think it's the kryptonite or something. But I was looking at this here, and it is, according to what I was able to pull up and on the state legislature website. So this bill was pushed by the sponsors, and some of the sponsors I know personally. So Senator Scott Wiener, Assemblymember Damon Connolly, Assemblymember Robert Garcia, and a few others there. So it was pulled April 22nd. And the reasoning they gave was because they were, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't find it here, but they were pulling it because of potential impacts. Lawmakers postponed them amid concerns over rising energy costs and potential legal challenges. Do we know anything about that there?
I think the Assembly bill, so AB 1243, was extended into a 2-year bill. It was not pulled in its entirety. But I will say that this is the second bill that attempts to create this Climate Superfund Act. The first bill like this was not successful in California. And so as a result of what we've seen with that first bill, the bill authors really wanted to take time to build momentum at a local level with places like Richmond at the city council level, making sure that we do have those votes in order to make it past committee. Unlike what one of the speakers said, this has made it past the Natural Resources Committee in the Assembly. We know because we were there in Sacramento at the committee hearing. We saw a lot of lobbyists from the fossil fuel industry, but we also saw a lot of young people, a lot of community members who traveled from Los Angeles, San Diego, from Berkeley, who were skipping school to come to this committee hearing and express their strong support for this bill that would really create a livable future for all of us. But yes, it has been extended into a 2-year bill is where it's currently at.
Perfect, thank you. And I haven't had a chance to read the full bill, but I will definitely be reaching out to some of the sponsors to making sure that the money coming into our communities are very specific and straightforward. Because I feel like every time there's some kind of money, we have to fight for it. So it's intended for us, but it's just kind of a here it is, come and get it, but you have to jump through all these hoops and somebody else is going to say how it's going to be used. So that to me is going to be important and whatever. So right now this bill it looks like it's going to be a 2-year bill and it may or may not come back or may be changed. Who knows what's going to happen with the new verbiage. But I want to make sure that we are advocating that any communities that are impacted that are going to get that funding, that it makes it much easier to receive. And we're not, again, jumping through the hoops because that tends to happen there. I don't know when this is going to come back. So if it is next year, we'll see what happens there. So, but thank you for being here. All right, if there's no other questions, then I'll entertain a motion.
I will make the motion to approve this item as it is.
A second.
Perfect, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent. Our last item.
Thank you, everybody.
Last item, we're going to get a preview of next week's agenda so we can get it.
The next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council member.
All right, this is agenda item Q, so reports. So Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to first thank City Manager Chasak Kroll for the incredible leadership with supporting staff and supporting the community when there were the threats of ICE coming into the Bay Area. So I know that a lot of staff work really late at night, making sure that there were procedures and protocols for that. I also want to thank Reimagining Richmond and all the work that they have been doing, and also Multicultural Institute, Rudy. We went to talk to the jornaleros at Home Depot and to just help them to understand what it was happening. And they had been an incredible outreach support. These are hard times for the immigrant community in Richmond, in the Bay Area, and in the whole country. So I really value the leadership that this council and the city have provided to send a clear message to our community that we want you to be here. We are going to use all the tools in our toolbox and our power to make sure that you are protected. The city of Richmond is a sanctuary city. We are putting money into supporting our community that is impacted by these racist attacks. And I hope that we continue to provide that leadership and lead the way to continue to send a strong message. And just finally, as Councilmember Wilson said last time, we are not going to complain in advance. We are here to fight for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you so much. Would like to highlight some of the events. The 26th Annual Council of Business and Industries Shoreline Cruise was a great success. It was my second year attending, and it continues to be a great networking event. Also, would like to thank the Guardians of Justice for their 4th annual basketball tournament in Crescent Park. The theme was show up and show out, and I think I did just that. Also, thank you to the Rosie Service Corps for their contributions as well to that event. And on July 1st, before we went on break, my colleague, Councilmember Wilson, and I brought forth an initiative to sponsor 100 Richmond residents to cover the fees for healthcare programs by Futuro Health and the SEIU United Healthcare Workers. So tomorrow, October 29th, from 1 to 4 p.m., we will host, myself and members from the union will host a healthcare mixer and enrollment event. So we're encouraging every Richmond resident, if you're interested in careers in the healthcare field, if you're over 18, to please attend. It'll be right here in the chambers and the lobby, 440 Civic Center Plaza. And some of the programs I would like to highlight are the medical assistant program, patient care technician, certified nurse assistant, community health worker, patient care rep, peer support specialist, pharmacy technician, emergency medical technician, emergency room technician, just to name a few. It's going to be a very exciting event, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Bonner?
I just wanted to remind my colleagues that there's a play titled Layli and Majnun. They're invited to. There's a little gym, the theater in the city of Richmond that is not very well known. It's called Central Stage on Central Avenue near Costco. And there is a play called Layli and Majnun, similar to Romeo and Juliet. It's from October 31st to November 23rd, Wednesday through Saturday at 8 p.m. And I hope my colleagues at the City Council and our city manager could enjoy the play. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have a few different things here. This past weekend was packed with a lot of Halloween events in our community, as our city manager, Curl, mentioned. I attended the Cops and Goblins, the Levine Halloween event. I also attended the first responders luncheon they had. It was just them trying to bring together and really showcasing and thanking the first responders. I also attended the Ride Electric at the lot next to the bar station, and that was a really great event, talking about electric vehicles, subsidizing so that you can afford an electric vehicle, and just talking about electricity in general. So I think more people should be getting information on that. So as we were just talking about fossil fuels, electric vehicles is the way to go. And let's see here, this next Friday, it's going to be packed with some more Halloween events. the 23rd Street merchants, or the 23rd Street group, is going to be having Halloween trick-or-treating on 23rd Street like they have in the past. They're expecting 600 to over 1,000 people, so make sure that you show up early. And then we have the Parchester Halloween event as well in the Parchester Community Center. And I want to end with showcasing and uplifting the 2025 Woman of the Year honorees by our Congressman Garamendi. He honored 9 individuals from Richmond. He honored a lot of women from both Contra Costa County and Solano County, but in particular, he honored 9 individuals from Richmond: Cheryl Collier, Lakeisha Mitchell-Keith, Miriam Wong, Naomi Williams, Regina Whitney, Sarah Wally, Tiffany Harris, Trina Jackson Lincoln, one of our own, and Yvette Williams Barr, also one of our own from our staff. So if you see them out and about, congratulate them. We won't have enough time to read over all of their accolades because this was a multi-hour event where they did uplift them, and they lifted a lot of other women. So if you see them again, congratulate them. And with that, we will close and adjourn. Have a great evening, everybody.